limited lifespan based on when critical items like fuel run out or something breaks. You wouldn't throw away your car if it ran out of gas, and thanks to the advent of modern-day robotics, software, and computing power, we will soon be able to apply that logic to satellites. We are on the cusp of breaking the one-and-done paradigm that exists for most satellites. An important step in that direction is NASA's Robotic Refueling Mission, or RRM, demonstration on the International Space Station. Because refueling a satellite that was not designed to be refueled has never been done before, practice is key. With that in mind, the first 2 phases of RRM took place on station from 2011 to 2017, and tested the tools, technologies, and techniques to refuel and repair satellites in orbit.
RM and RM Phase 2 were designed to demonstrate end-to-end refueling of a spacecraft, as well as the first steps of cryogenic refueling or replenishment. We wanted to use the robot on the International Space Station to be able to demonstrate the technologies and techniques to do this refueling, so we built innovative tools to bridge the gap between the robot and the payload interfaces.
Consisting of a module or box affixed to the outside of station and robotic tools, the demonstrations use station's Dexter robot to operate tools and test servicing tasks such as cutting and peeling back protective thermal blankets, unscrewing caps, turning valves, transferring fluid, inspection, and intermediary steps leading up to refueling.
Once we were all done, we were able to transfer fuel end-to-end through a spacecraft fill and drain valve that wasn't designed to be robotically refueled.
The RRM demonstration helped test and prove technologies that will make refueling satellites not designed to be refueled possible, something that will be further demonstrated by NASA's On-Orbit Servicing, Assembly, and Manufacturing 1 mission. But it also helped to lay the groundwork for designing future satellites in a way to make them more easily serviceable.
These missions were important because we needed to demonstrate in orbit that this technology was ready. There were a lot of people that felt that at the time of RRM that the technology was so far in the future that they didn't feel what we were talking about was possible. So we needed to demonstrate in orbit this technology so that we could start changing the paradigm and incorporate these technologies into the future spacecraft designs and missions.
RRM Phase 1 and 2 were all about preparing an interface for refueling, which in many ways is half the battle. To robotically refuel a satellite, you need to perform a series of highly dexterous tasks to even access the valve. The next step is to actually perform refueling tasks, which is what the next phase, RRM-3, has been demonstrating on station over a series of operations since 2018. RRM is a critical piece of the sustainable spaceflight puzzle that helps us with the ability to robotically refuel, repair, and maintain satellites in both near and distant orbits, well beyond the reach of where humans can go today. For generations, Mars has beckoned. Now, the red planet is within our reach. But how do we get there? The key is in the details, and in the technology. First and foremost, you need fuel. This is not only true for getting to Mars, but for any form of deep space exploration. Being able to replenish fuel on a long-duration journey means massive amounts aren't needed up front, freeing up space for other important things. Enter Robotic Refueling Mission 3, or RRM-3 for short. This demonstration launched to the International Space Station in December of 2018 and has helped us develop tools and techniques needed to replenish cryogenic fluid in space. Transferring cryogenic fluids has never been done before in space. These super cold fluids can be used as propellants, coolants, or for life support systems. Being able to replenish these fluids that run out, otherwise known as consumables, is an important part of the sustainable exploration roadmap. Not just for Mars, but for NASA's Artemis program, which will land the first woman and the next man on the moon. Since refueling cryogenic fluids in space has never been done before, RM3 tested the technologies and techniques needed to make that possible. First, we sent the RM3 payload and its 3 main tools to space station, where astronauts assembled the parts.
When I was living aboard the International Space Station in the spring of 2019, I was fortunate enough to take part in the very small part in the robotic refueling mission 3. And my job was to unload the components of the actual RRM3 from one of our visiting vehicles, and we take it into our Japanese experimental module, the GEM, where we have an airlock. And right inside of the airlock, we unpacked all of the boxes, much like you would a piece of furniture that you had to assemble yourself at home. So unpacked all of the pieces, we did a checkout. We worked with the ground, we got everything assembled, and then we placed it into the Japanese airlock. And from there, we were able to put it outside of the International Space Station. So my involvement in RRM3 was the physical final assembly of the actual components.
RM3 was delivered to the space station by a SpaceX Dragon on the company's 16th Commercial Resupply Services mission and installed on the outside of station by the Canadian robot Dexter. Dexter then picked up the tools from the JEM airlock and installed them onto the RRM3 payload. The ground operations team was now ready to begin operating the 3 tools to test how they would work in space. For the first set of operations, conducted in August 2019, Dexter used one of the RRM3 tools to prepare the RM3 module's interface for transferring cryogenic fuel. The second set of operations was then conducted in October 2020. For these, Dexter used one of the remaining 2 tools to insert an 11-foot-long hose in an open port and the other snake-like camera inspection tool simultaneously to verify the hose's position in the inside of RM3's tubing. This marked the first time that Dexter had tools in both arms working the same tasks simultaneously. The RRM3 demonstration added experience and information to NASA's knowledge base on the storage and transferring cryogenic fluids in space. It is currently still on station, where it will conduct one final set of operations in mid-2022. For getting to the Moon, Mars, and beyond, cryogenic fluids will be used as propellants and to maintain life support systems for astronauts. The Mars atmosphere is made up of carbon dioxide, which could be converted to liquid oxygen, a type of cryogenic fluid that can be used both as propellant and for breathing. Astronauts may be able to fuel rockets or replenish their oxygen supplies using compounds found in the Martian atmosphere. A tool on the Mars Perseverance rover called Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment, or MOXIE, is set to demonstrate the first ever conversion of Martian carbon dioxide to oxygen, which is another important piece of the puzzle. In order to make a sustained human presence in space a reality, humans and robots will have to work together using technologies like those developed by RM3 and MOXIE.
A lot of people ask about, whose job is exploring outer space? Is it robots or is it humans? And I believe that it requires teamwork between robots and humans, and that our exploration is not complete or even possible without both. So robots can go farther, they're less expensive, and they can go for longer periods of time. They don't require as much maintenance. You don't have to feed and care for a robot, much like you do if you send me back to space. So like the Mars rovers, the Galileo that explored Jupiter and its moons, the Hubble and the soon-to-be James Webb Space Telescope, they are doing missions in locations that humans, to this point, don't have the capability to go. There's also something very important about humans wanting to know what it's like to be there. It's not enough for humans to take a picture of Mount Everest or Antarctica and say, oh, okay, that's what it looks like. The human condition is we are born to explore. We're born to say, what if? What's just beyond what we know? And what is it like to be there? And so the human side of space exploration, first of all, it's orders of magnitude closer to Earth. We have not been able to send humans nearly as far as we've been able to send robotic probes. But they're 2 very different missions, and they serve a different type of curiosity.
Mars and deep space are calling human explorers, and RM3 is a step toward helping NASA answer that call. Though it sounds complex, the idea is simple. Having the ability to refuel will allow NASA to embark on longer journeys to explore the depths of our solar system. Did you know there's a three-eyed raven currently perched on the International Space Station? Not an actual bird, but rather a technology payload that is helping NASA develop a relative navigation system, or autopilot, for spacecraft. Launched to station in 2017 aboard a SpaceX Dragon on the company's 10th commercial resupply services mission for NASA, and installed on the outside of ISS by station's Dexter robot, Raven is equipped with 3 distinct camera vision systems: visible, infrared, and LiDAR. Combined with NASA-developed software algorithms, this rotating module of technology keeps a weather eye on arriving spacecraft. Raven's head, containing its 3 eyes, or cameras, is always on the swivel, which is made possible by its integral gimbal.
Raven is an on-orbit test bed that was built to mature technologies related to relative navigation sensors and algorithms. Raven was launched to the International Space Station aboard a SpaceX Dragon capsule in February 2017. And it's been operational on the space station since that time. So using 3 different sensors on Raven that are on a movable gimbal platform, Raven can track the incoming visiting vehicle to station all the way from very, very far away, all the way up to where they dock with the space station. So basically, at any given time, Raven can tell you where the incoming visiting vehicle is in space relative to the space station and what attitude or pointing direction it is.
Raven sends the data it collects from tracking and observing incoming spacecraft to its processor or brain, called SpaceCube. This information then tells Raven how it needs to move to continue to track the spacecraft and gauge relative distance and positioning. NASA engineers have taken what they've learned from multiple Raven observations over the years to adjust and fine-tune the relative navigation system as needed, so it's ready for the upcoming on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing 1 mission, which will robotically refuel a satellite, among other things.
Raven is a sensor system that can image an object, process those images on board in real time with advanced algorithms, then calculate the pose of the object relative to itself.
These factors come together to create something like spacecraft autopilot. Much like a self-driving car can maintain cruise control based on the speed of the vehicle it follows, 2 free-flying spacecraft will be able to dock with one another using this technology. Though this operation is similar to the autonomous docking of visiting spacecraft to station, Raven's unique application is necessary for docking 2 satellites with the challenges of each moving and rotating in every direction during the rendezvous and docking phase.
Using that information to then guide the first spacecraft to autonomously rendezvous with and dock with the second spacecraft. So that means finding it in space, aligning with it appropriately, and then bringing the 2 vehicles together without smashing them into and destroying each of them, all without human intervention.
This capability is the kind of thing you need for docking with spacecraft that were not originally designed to be docked with and serviced, which happens to be a vast majority of them. That's why Raven's time on station is critical for the future of on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, or OSAM. The OSAM-1 mission will use Raven's relative navigation capability to autonomously, meaning no humans involved, rendezvous and dock with the satellite, and then telerobotically refuel it. This will be the first time in history a spacecraft not originally designed to be serviced will be refueled as a means to extend its operational life. Raven is also important for future exploration missions.
Raven's technologies can be applied to future NASA missions because if humans want to make a footprint in the solar system beyond low Earth orbit, which is where the International Space Station is located, we're going to have to rely on some form of autonomous docking technologies in the future. Whether it be an unmanned cargo vehicle meeting up in orbit around the moon, refueling tankers located in geosynchronous Earth orbit, or a return vehicle arriving on Mars in advance of a crewed landing, all of these feats will require the technology we're developing with Raven.
Using its 3 eyes, Raven is looking to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
Relying on highly robust autonomous systems becomes more crucial the further you move away from Earth as the communications time increases drastically. Once you move past low Earth orbit, it becomes very impossible for humans on Earth to do these highly complex maneuvers in real time. It's more efficient to allow computers to perform these sequences autonomously without human intervention.
Although Raven has successfully concluded its main mission objectives, it remains on station. Meanwhile, its team on the ground is using what they've learned to develop more never-before-seen technologies that will enable future space exploration.
I started digging in that other bag. Here you go. No problem.
If you need to fix something in space that wasn't designed to be fixed, it's going to take all the experience you can get. With that in mind, when the International Space Station's Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, or AMS, needed repairs, NASA's Johnson Space Center and Goddard Space Flight Center used their joint expertise to make it happen. At Goddard, that expertise resides in NASA's Exploration and In-Space Services Division, or NEXUS, which evolved from the office that was responsible for the Hubble Space Telescope servicing missions. Key to these missions was the development of specialized tools. While you've probably heard of Hubble, you may not be as familiar with AMS, so let's start there. Designed for a 3-year mission of sifting through cosmic ray particles, AMS has been looking for signs of dark matter from its position on station since 2011. Hundreds of researchers have used the data collected to investigate the source of the mysterious substance to help us better understand the origins of the universe. To continue this important data collection, AMS needed an upgrade due to general wear and tear from the harsh environment of space, specifically a new cooling system. A repair could extend its life beyond what was originally planned. Sounds easy enough, right? In fact, due to the instrument's complexity and the fact that it was not designed to be repaired, even gaining access to the system to replace it was difficult. AMS's design did not incorporate the kinds of interfaces that make spacewalks easier, or have the ability to be serviced with traditional multi-purpose tools. And so, over the course of 4 years, NASA got to work designing and developing some of the most complex spacewalks since the Hubble servicing missions in the 90s and early 2000s to fix AMS.
The AMS tools themselves were unique. They were built specifically for this task, a task that was never intended to be performed on a spacewalk. And so that required a lot of thinking about how we were going to get inside so that we could access the tubes that we needed to cut into and then install the new thermal control system, but also how to put handling aids on it so that we had a place to attach our tethers, to attach our foot restraints, to have handholds, have a place to attach equipment that we needed out there.
NASA developed 20 specialized tools to make the job possible, and on November 15, 2019, astronauts Andrew Morgan and Luca Parmitano got to work. On this first spacewalk, astronauts needed to get access. By design, 5 of the tools could be seen floating off into space, attached to the debris shield that was removed to give the astronauts access to the heart of AMS.
The debris shield handling aid was one of the first tools that Luca installed on the EVA, and this gave us a handhold to install on the debris shield to work from, but also a handle for me to hold on to ultimately when we jettisoned it overboard to the aft side of the ISS, which was a lot of fun to do.
The astronauts continued with 3 more spacewalks over the next 2 months, using all of the specially designed tools. One such tool was the Tube Cutting Guide, which was a direct result of multiple practice sessions at Johnson Space Center facilities like the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. While practicing, astronauts communicated the need for a way to identify and verify the correct tubes to cut, since they all look the same to the astronauts' eyes within the spacesuit.
After we had removed the debris shield and the VSB cover, now we have the tubes exposed, and we actually had to cut into those tubes in order to pull out the correct ones to connect with the new thermal control system, the new pump. In order to do that, we had to be very sure of the tubes that we were cutting. These ingenious tube cutting guides installed over the top of the tubes and made sure that we knew and we were communicating correctly with the ground team to make sure that we were cutting the correct tube at the right time.
In January 2020, Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan completed the 4th and final spacewalk to repair AMS. Because of their work and the ingenuity of tool designers and engineers, the instrument is now back in commission and able to continue to collect data about the origins of our universe for years to come.
people from Goddard and JC spent a lot of time developing these tools with their knowledge and the support of astronauts like Chris Cassidy. And we are very thankful that we were privileged to use those tools and to put them to very successful use. Thank you very much.
Our Artemis 1 flight test is go for launch, the first deep space long-duration biology test, and the Webb Space Telescope captures new images of Jupiter. A few of the stories to tell you about this week at NASA. On August 22nd, mission managers concluded a flight readiness review for our uncrewed Artemis 1 flight test by giving teams a go for launch. The review is an in-depth assessment of the readiness of our Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft to support the Artemis 1 flight test beyond the Moon and back to Earth. The primary goal of the mission is to thoroughly test the integrated systems from launch to splashdown before flying astronauts on subsequent Artemis missions. Artemis 1 is currently targeted for launch no earlier than August 29th. BioSentinel, a shoebox-sized CubeSat, is one of several secondary payloads on our uncrewed Artemis 1 flight test. It will perform the first long-duration biology experiment in deep space by monitoring the vital signs of yeast exposed to deep space radiation. Yeast cells have some biological similarities to human cells, so BioSentinel could help us better understand the risks of space radiation to humans and other biological organisms as we plan crewed exploration missions to the Moon and beyond. NASA's James Webb Space Telescope recently captured new images of Jupiter that may give astronomers even more clues to the planet's inner life. The images, captured by Webb's near-infrared camera or NIRCam, show auroras extending to high altitudes above the northern and southern poles of Jupiter. They also provide details about some of the planet's clouds, haze, and other atmospheric features, such as the Great Red Spot, a storm so big it could swallow Earth. Researchers have already begun analyzing Webb data to get new science results about our solar system's largest planet. NASA and Boeing are targeting as early as February 2023 for the launch of the Boeing Crew Flight Test to the International Space Station. The mission will carry NASA astronauts Barry Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to the space station, where they will live and work for about 2 weeks. This is the first flight of the company's CST-100 Starliner spacecraft with astronauts. The mission will demonstrate the ability of Starliner to safely carry astronauts to and from the station. Find out more about NASA's Commercial Crew program at nasa.gov/commercial crew. Engineers recently installed and deployed the 30-foot-long solar array for our partner agency NOAA's Joint Polar Satellite System 2, or JPSS-2. The solar array deployment marked the last major testing milestone for the weather satellite ahead of its targeted November 1st launch at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. JPSS-2 will orbit Earth from pole to pole, taking measurements and snapping images to help us plan for hurricanes, snowstorms, floods, and other severe weather. That's what's up this week at NASA. For more on these and other stories, follow us on the web at nasa.gov/twan.
One of the great powers of the International Space Station is its duration, the ability to do an experiment, take that knowledge, design a new experiment, follow on with that knowledge, and then do the next generation after that.
NASA's been launching vehicles for decades, and each one of those vehicles has an experiment on them. But never before have we had a laboratory totally dedicated to these kind of experiments.
One of the things that's most promising is that the scientific value and the economic value that will come from the space station research is just starting to show up.
The developments that we're making now are really setting the stage for this commercial market in space. The efforts that have led up to this through the performance of all of these research investigations that we've already had on board, doing foundational research and testing out new technologies and methods, feed this market and feed the capability of doing future research in space and also in having new commercial entities operate in that space.
We put together the ISS Benefits for Humanity book to really compile the stories that we knew of the amazing things that had been accomplished. The challenge with science is that it takes time. So even a new discovery that is clearly relevant to treating a medical condition could take decades for that treatment to actually come to market. And so we wanted to capture the state of those different new discoveries and how they were proceeding into benefits for humanity. But we also wanted to tell the stories of the people whose lives had already been changed.
We've put in specialized sections to both economic value and scientific value in order to try and demonstrate to folks what sort of value space station research has.
The scientific valuation section, we were interested in just saying, hey, we have all these publications, these scientific publications that come from ISS. What should we do with them? How should we communicate why they're important? Yeah, we've got thousands of publications, but what does it mean? And how has it advanced science as a whole for Earth and also for spaceflight? So what was shocking to me is, wow, look at all the publications that have come from space station research, and other people in non-space disciplines are finding those publications and using them in their own research. And where you can integrate space research into everyday research on Earth, you know you're having the most impact on science.
One thing we're adding is a lot more information about commercial development in low Earth orbit that is leveraging the space station.
The space economy today is still emerging, but its valuation has doubled in the last 10 years, and there are more active participants in low Earth orbit than there have ever been. The International Space Station has contributed to the commercialization in a couple of different ways. First, with commercial resupply, encouraging companies to develop their own capabilities, and then those capabilities can be used not just by the International Space Station. In terms of research, there are 12 commercial facilities that are operating right now, and they've greatly expanded the kinds of research that can be accomplished on ISS, and they're really bringing both new customers into the space market, but also they are allowing new entities to form that are learning the processes by which you conduct business in space.
Commercialization is key to the further exploration mission that NASA has. We intend to use space station to help commercial entities enter the market in low Earth orbit. And we also expect them to be able to provide goods and services that someday will help us in our exploration mission beyond low Earth orbit.
Scientists tend to ask, what's the next question? So the next question for space station is, what are we going to do next with this platform?
This is the golden age of research. We will likely never see such a strong microgravity science program in the future. We will have lots of human exploration, but to have a sustained laboratory in the way that we have now, now's the time.
This research is feeding our exploration goals beyond low Earth orbit and developing the companies that hope to make low Earth orbit part of their business plans. These two goals go hand in hand, and the International Space Station is the way to get there.
We really want to tell the stories of people and products and economic development, all of those things that are making the world a better place through our international cooperation on the space station.
Most of the children, they come here with waterborne disease.
So many children under 5 suffer from diarrhea.
They're complaining about the abdominal pain, skin rashes.
They get waterborne illness through drinking water.
Most of the community members had little knowledge regarding the use of safe water and what safe water is.
Because most of the water we use it without knowing it is affected with disease or not.
So we need to test them so that we make sure that the water is safe or not safe.
A lot of people have the idea that water quality is too hard to do in the field and it's too complicated.
Having to transport samples, having to have reliable electricity, having to heat samples or keep samples at certain temperatures or put them in refrigerators.
But probably the biggest challenge is actually the cost.
The price was really high, up to $300 a test.
So all those things come together to make it really difficult to use a traditional laboratory approach when you're testing water. What's been missing is the really simple, cheap test kit, and that solution came from above. On the space station, we recycle almost all of the water that the astronauts drink, and that constitutes a risk because if that water became contaminated, the astronauts would have to abandon the space station in the worst case scenario. What we needed on the space station was something that was small, easy to transport, and didn't require a lot of training for the astronauts. We developed a water test kit that was really easy to use and used off-the-shelf components, and we called that the Microbial Water Analysis Kit, or MWAC. It's basically a bag that changes color in it, and the astronauts just had to hook it up to the water system, take the sample, store it overnight, and read it the next day. It worked great, and it's still in use today. This was when we realized we had a chance to make a difference in the world using the same technology that was used by NASA, but applied in a remote area of a developing country.
We started MWater for the biggest health crisis on the planet, which is a lack of safe water. The test kit is revolutionary because of its cost. It lowers the cost of testing water points from hundreds of dollars to about $5 to $7. It can be done on site in the remote region, and it can give you a result within 24 hours.
I take a sample today, tomorrow I have results. To use a MWater kit is very easy.
But we learned that testing water by itself wasn't enough. With the mobile app, people could map water sources and record the data.
So that way we're building sort of a global database of water information that everybody can contribute to and share with others.
So what that meant was people who before didn't have a feasible and affordable way to test water suddenly had the means to know which water sources around them were safe.
It's made people much more aware of the issues of water quality. That's a very powerful thing.
And that's all due to technology that we've borrowed from the International Space Station. So now we're able to assemble a really low-cost water quality test kit to ship all over the world.
We've been working with the local health ministry and the water utility in Mwanza, Tanzania since 2013.
Through that technology, most of the citizens in Mwanza have an increased awareness regarding the kind of water they use and whether it causes them any waterborne illnesses or not.
People are now treating their water and avoiding sources of water which could be contaminated. I've seen a growing awareness.
It is very unusual for technology that is used in international space stations to be used in developing countries like Tanzania, but it can be used, and it should be used because this technology is not limited to only developed countries, but for all humankind.
The International Space Station is the most unique laboratory that exists. There are things that you can learn, things that you can do in space that you just can't do on the Earth.
Space Station really provides an opportunity to explore, for example, say medical applications.
The aging and the osteoporosis and muscle wasting conditions are greatly accelerated in microgravity.
Understanding those phenomena allow us to look at how we can improve treatment of disease here on Earth.
What we have is the capability to affect people's quality of life.
But it's not just drug companies that can benefit from experiments or research in space, but it's a host of industries across the board.
but it wasn't always easy to get there.
Historically, access to space was limited to companies and corporations, which were selected by the government, and what we lost was the true creativity of so many innovative smaller companies that really didn't understand how to get to space.
When we were doing the reauthorization of NASA, we wanted to expand the opportunities to different areas of experimentation and also different entities.
Recognizing the untapped potential for commercial access to space, in 2005, Congress declared the U.S. portion of the International Space Station a national laboratory.
Essentially, it opened up opportunities for research that could be done on the space station that would benefit us here on Earth.
Everyday companies and everyday researchers and everyday people can think about using the space station. That's a fundamental change that was never allowed before.
Today, we offer opportunities to the researcher that never existed before.
Whether it be seed funding to help support the actual project,
To access to experts to create hardware.
that rocket ride up, the on-station time with the astronaut as your lab technician, what we're doing is really making it as easy as possible for people here on Earth to do space-based research without becoming space experts.
Our part of the mission is to help guide these non-traditional, innovative users from their traditional labs here on the ground to a very unusual and important asset in space. The ISS National Lab has space versions of hardware that you can often find in laboratories here on the ground.
Everything from even animal habitats,
plant growth chambers,
Freezers,
3D printers,
Earth observation windows,
incubators,
furnaces,
the centrifuges,
microscopes.
the list goes on and on. So we're working with companies that you would never imagine, and they would never have imagined using the International Space Station, and they're seeing great results from that.
And the International Space Station offers researchers like me an opportunity to find the key variables.
It's helping us to pinpoint therapeutic molecules.
The space station really provides us a unique opportunity, a unique environment to do some basic and fundamental research that allows us to develop products better.
The ISS allows us to do a series of experiments in weightlessness that will have profound impacts for life on Earth.
Having a U.S. national lab in space has allowed for the formation of a wide range of companies. It's creating a new economy, a sustainable marketplace that has services, commercial products, competition. There's no limit to what we can be doing in a few years.
One of the great powers of the International Space Station is its duration. The ability to do an experiment, take that knowledge, design a new experiment, follow on with that knowledge, and then do the next generation after that.
NASA's been launching vehicles for decades, and each one of those vehicles has an experiment on them. But never before have we had a laboratory totally dedicated to these kind of experiments.
One of the things that's most promising is that the scientific value and the economic value that will come from the space station research is just starting to show up.
The developments that we're making now are really setting the stage for this commercial market in space. The efforts that have led up to this through the performance of all of these research investigations that we've already had on board, doing foundational research and testing out new technologies and methods, feed this market and feed the capability of doing future research in space and also in having new commercial entities operate in that space.
We put together the ISS Benefits for Humanity book to really compile the stories that we knew of the amazing things that had been accomplished. The challenge with science is that it takes time. So even a new discovery that is clearly relevant to treating a medical condition could take decades for that treatment to actually come to market. And so we wanted to capture the state of those different new discoveries and how they were proceeding into benefits for humanity. But we also wanted to tell the stories of the people whose lives had already been changed.
We've put in specialized sections to both economic value and scientific value in order to try and demonstrate to folks what sort of value space station research has.
The scientific valuation section, we were interested in just saying, hey, we have all these publications, these scientific publications that come from ISS. What should we do with them? How should we communicate why they're important? Yeah, we've got thousands of publications, but what does it mean? And how has it advanced science as a whole for Earth and also for spaceflight. So what was shocking to me is, wow, look at all the publications that have come from space station research, and other people in non-space disciplines are finding those publications and using them in their own research. And where you can integrate space research into everyday research on Earth, you know you're having the most impact on science.
One thing we're adding is a lot more information about commercial development in low Earth orbit that is leveraging the space station.
The space economy today is still emerging, but its valuation has doubled in the last 10 years, and there are more active participants in low Earth orbit than there have ever been. The International Space Station has contributed to the commercialization in a couple of different ways. First, with the commercial resupply, encouraging companies to develop their own capabilities, and then those capabilities can be used not just by the International Space Station. In terms of research, there are 12 commercial facilities that are operating right now, and they've greatly expanded the kinds of research that can be accomplished on ISS, and they're really bringing both new customers into the space market, but also they are allowing new entities to form that are learning the processes by which you conduct business in space.
Commercialization is key to the further exploration mission that NASA has. We intend to use space station to help commercial entities enter the market in low Earth orbit. And we also expect them to be able to provide goods and services that someday will help us in our exploration mission beyond low Earth orbit.
Scientists tend to ask, what's the next question? So the next question for space station is, what are we going to do next with this platform?
This is the golden age of research. We will likely never see such a strong microgravity science program in the future. We will have lots of human exploration, but to have a sustained laboratory in the way that we have now, now's the time.
This research is feeding our exploration goals beyond low Earth orbit and developing the companies that hope to make low Earth orbit part of their business plans. These two goals go hand in hand, and the International Space Station is the way to get there.
We really want to tell the stories of people and products and economic development, all of those things that are making the world a better place through our international cooperation on the space station.
On a remote peninsula in the South Pacific, a rocket and 10 small satellites are about to launch a new era in spaceflight. Rocket Lab's Electron rocket is a new player in the space arena, and those tiny spacecraft, called CubeSats, represent big dreams.
It's kind of like the preeminent, most exciting mission within the whole company. The whole team is just incredibly excited to have that NASA logo on the side of the vehicle and fly those payloads.
The NASA payload about to launch on the Electron rocket is called ELANA 19. ELANA stands for Educational Launch of Nanosatellites, part of NASA's CubeSat launch initiative. This is the agency's way of providing a path to space for CubeSats, compact satellites that pack a lot of science into a package about the size of a loaf of bread.
Space is no longer just for high-value science or the intelligence community. It is a place for a payload that you can create that can get up to space.
Until now, CubeSats have always launched with larger spacecraft, but flying as a hitchhiker limited where they could go and the science they could do. That's what makes this Rocket Lab flight so historic. It's the first time these small satellites are the stars of their own show, flying on a rocket designed for their needs. The 10 CubeSats flying on ELANA 19 were developed by teams from across the nation, from high schools and universities to NASA field centers. Da Vinci was developed by a student-led team at North Idaho STEM Charter Academy. It's designed to connect to students around the world by broadcasting education-related messages through amateur radio in Morse code. It also carries a Global Star modem and ArduCam, allowing users to upload digital messages or see photos of Earth from orbit.
I don't know if anyone remembers like the Ovaltine messages and stuff on the radio way back when, but our goal is to do something like that where they have to tune in every week or every other week to get this new message and decode it and really dive into that information so that they develop an interest in space and they say, oh, hey, I can communicate with something that's not even on this planet.
RSAT was developed by a team of midshipmen from the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. This crab-like CubeSat has a pair of robotic arms designed to grab a host satellite and maneuver around it to take photos, or potentially even make repairs if a spacecraft isn't working properly. The CubeSat STF-1, or Simulation to Flight 1, is a collaboration between NASA Independent Verification and Validation Program with West Virginia University and small businesses. STF-1 will monitor space weather over Earth's poles and test the durability of new materials for use in LEDs. But it's also designed to demonstrate a simulation and test platform to aid in the development of future CubeSat missions. These CubeSats show that small satellites have an important and growing role in space exploration. NASA's Venture-class launch service was created in 2015 to provide CubeSats their own ride to space, expanding launch and science opportunities for small satellites and sparking a brand new segment of the space launch industry. Rocket Lab's Electron rocket is one of 2 vehicles NASA selected for Venture-class missions. It's smaller and lighter than other launchers in NASA's stable, but that's the whole point.
The intent is for the Venture-class launches to occur at a rapid pace that match the iteration and design cycle that CubeSats can go through. So instead of having a launch for a primary mission once every 2 years, once every 5 years, the real goal is to see Venture-class rockets get to a cadence where they can see regular access to orbit.
Many of the CubeSats on the Alana 19 mission are designed to benefit future missions. Shields 1 was developed by NASA's Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. Its objective? To test materials that could be used to shield spacecraft against radiation.
This is a radiation effects experiment where we're looking at the performance of the materials and the electronics, and it would have a potentially large impact for improving performance of future spacecraft.
NMTSat was built by approximately 50 undergraduate and graduate students, primarily from New Mexico Tech in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's designed to use onboard sensors to collect data on Earth's magnetic field, take atmospheric weather measurements, and carry out an optical beacon experiment. The next spacecraft was developed by teams on opposite sides of the country, in Florida and California. It's called CHOMPT, which stands for CubeSat Handling of Multi-System Precision Time Transfer. This mission is a collaboration between the University of Florida in Gainesville and NASA's Ames Research Center in Mountain View, California. CHOMPT uses lasers instead of radio waves to demonstrate new ways to navigate and network satellites in deep space. The Advanced Electrical Bus, or ALBUS, was developed by NASA's Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. ALBUS will demonstrate shape memory alloy mechanisms for deployable solar arrays. It'll also serve as a pathfinder for high power density CubeSats.
The shape memory alloys themselves are really good technology because they are low mass, they can produce low shock, and we can reset them. So we can actually reset our mechanisms to test it again to deploy to make sure we're going to have a successful mission.
While the CubeSats are prepared for flight, their ride, the Electron rocket, begins to take shape. Fully assembled, the Electron stands nearly 56 feet tall, a smaller rocket dedicated to launching small payloads. It's a 3-stage carbon composite vehicle, topped by a payload fairing to protect the CubeSats during launch. The Electron's engines and avionics are manufactured here in the United States at Rocket Lab's facility in Huntington Beach, California. In fact, the company's Rutherford engine is the first ever oxygen kerosene rocket engine built using 3D printed main components. Then they're sent to Rocket Lab's facility in Auckland, New Zealand. Here, the company puts its engines to the test before final integration. It's also where Rocket Lab manufactures the vehicle's stages and payload fairing. But until the rocket is assembled and tested in New Zealand, the CubeSats will wait in California. It will all come together when the spacecraft arrive from Huntington Beach just a few weeks before launch. CubeSail was built by the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in CU Aerospace. It carries a 250-meter solar sail ribbon, technology that's being evaluated for use on future spacecraft, such as scientific missions to interstellar space.
And CubeSail is going to be doing a technology demonstration of the deployment technique as a stepping stone towards even larger missions we have planned on the road, like iSail and UltraSail.
The ISX CubeSat, or Ionospheric Scintillation Explorer, is a collaboration between SRI International and Polysat at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, California. ISX is designed to take a closer look at plasma fluctuations in the upper atmosphere and learn more about how they affect radio communications with satellite. Up next is Ceres, the CubeSat Compact Radiation Belt Explorer. It was developed by NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. Ceres will fly into Earth's Van Allen radiation belts to study the high-energy particles streaming toward the Earth from the Sun and learn more about how electrons in the radiation belts are energized and lost.
CubeSats go into the clean room and they do their standalone processing. So that's any sort of checkouts, charging. Basically, they're getting ready to get into that final package, the dispenser. That's the piece of hardware that's actually going to launch them out into space off of the rocket.
November 2018. With the Electron rocket ready for final integration and launch, the CubeSats are shipped from California all the way to Auckland, New Zealand. But the Electron rocket elements and all the Elana 19 CubeSats still have to make one more journey on Earth. It takes a caravan of trucks about 8 hours to make the 575-kilometer journey from Auckland to Rocket Lab's Launch Complex 1 at Mahia Peninsula on the island's east coast. But this remote launch site is worth the drive.
So from one single launch site, we can launch all the way to 39 degrees inclination, that's due east, all the way up to sun synchronous, which is about 98 degrees depending on the altitude. So that's the widest range of inclinations available from any launch site in the world.
On the ground at the Mahia Launch Complex, the rocket's stages are carefully brought together and inspected to ensure everything is perfect. The CubeSats are installed on the Electron payload plate, the interface between the rocket and the satellites. Then Elana 19 is encapsulated inside the Electron rocket's payload fairing, where the CubeSats will stay until they're in space. The entire rocket is manually rolled out to the launch pad for a rehearsal of the launch day that's quickly approaching. Liftoff is planned for December 12, 2018, and the vehicle is ready. But dangerously strong winds keep the Electron on the ground for 4 more days. Their fortunes change on December 16th, when the winds aloft finally go green.
5, 4, 3, 2.
The Electron rocket's 9 Rutherford engines ignite, and history is made. Less than an hour into the flight, the Elana 19 CubeSats are released. Instead of hitching a ride, these small spacecraft have a dedicated ride that can deploy each one to just the right orbit for maximum science. Elana gives students and teachers a low-cost pathway to space to test new technologies, make new discoveries, and create new connections to each other and the future. Small satellites, big dreams, and even bigger potential for future CubeSats needing a Venture-class ride into space. To launch with Elana, visit nasa.gov/Elana.
Wherever, however, whenever. We're here, there. We're everywhere. NASA Space Communications and Navigation. Exploration enabled.
Houston, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
We are ready for the event.
Houston ACR, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Houston ACR. How do you hear me?
Houston ACR, our station has you loud and clear. How us?
Sound great. Please stand by for opening remarks.
Hello and welcome. My name is Kate Naff, and I'm the Virtual Programs Coordinator for the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. We're thrilled to have you joining us today as we connect live with the International Space Station. The cosmos has long inspired humankind, and today, the chance to speak to astronauts living hundreds of miles above Earth's surface is just a further testament to how far human knowledge and science has come. In preparation for today's program, we had students and potential future astronauts from across Colorado pose questions for the scientists aboard the space station. In a matter of minutes, these questions will be answered live. And so, without further ado, we would like to thank NASA for this incredible and unique opportunity and turn the program over to them and, of course, the International Space Station.
My name is Anais, and how do you become an astronaut?
Thank you for that question. And I just want to say at the very beginning here how delighted that Jessica and I are to join you all at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. And we thank you for this opportunity. How do you become an astronaut? I think the bottom line, it requires hard work, but if you are a pilot, you need to have 1,000 hours of flying time in high-performance aircraft, and many of our pilots come from the military, from the Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps. And then if you are a mission specialist like Jessica and I, you need to have an advanced degree. You need to study extra hard, and that degree needs to be in the areas of science, technology, engineering, or math. Jessica is a geologist. I'm a physician, and we both it's an extreme honor and privilege to get to serve our country in the capacity as an astronaut.
Hi, my name is Annabelle. Where does your water come from?
Yeah, great question. So we have amazing technology on board the International Space Station, which we actually are able to apply on the Earth as well, and will be using in the future as we explore further and further into the solar system. But that technology allows us to use the moisture that's in the air and from our bodies and recycle that water and turn it into drinking water. And so we are at the point where we are able to recycle about 95% of the water that we produce here on station, which is amazing and is going to be super helpful for us when we start going out to the moon and eventually to Mars, where we won't be able to resupply with water from Earth as easily. And so it's a really important technology to be able to create drinking water. And so we end up, at the end of the day, we end up with water that can go into a drinking bag like the one that Chell is showing you here and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
My question is, how do you sleep in space?
So I'm still recovering from the water question. How do you sleep in space? Well, the easy answer, I think, for me is really, really well. And we sleep in sleeping bags. Our sleeping bags are in our crew quarters, which are actually just behind us here. And I have my sleeping bag just tethered to the crew quarters with one cord, and when I get into it, I will get into my sleeping bag, and then I'll just float around in my sleeping bag inside my crew quarters. And for me, it's like sleeping on a cloud.
I'm Addie, and my question is, what is your favorite thing about being in space?
That is a tough question because being in space is awesome, and so I actually have two answers. My first favorite thing about being in space is getting to see the Earth. So getting to look out our window and see the Earth rotating beneath us, getting to see everyone we know, everywhere we've ever been, and we get to see that 16 times a day. So the Earth rotates. We get to see 16 sunrises and sunsets every 90 minutes up here from the International Space Station. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And my second favorite part about being in space is getting to be up here with my friends. We have amazing crewmates. There are 4 of us here on Crew 4, Chell, myself, Samantha Cristoforetti, who's working hard behind us, and Bob Hines, who is working hard over here. And so getting to work with them as well as our Russian colleagues is just an absolute honor and privilege.
Hi, my name is Gabe, and my question is, what does it smell like in space?
Hey Gabe, that's a great question. And this is my second mission, and when I got back to the space station, it smelled just like I remembered it, and that is the smell of space. So once we have a vehicle, a spacecraft that is docked with the space station and has just been exposed to outside, or when we bring a spacewalker back into the space station, it has this kind of a burnt metal smell. And so every time we open a hatch and are welcoming a new spacecraft, you smell that smell, and that has a very distinct smell, and I've never really smelled it back on the Earth. And so it was really cool to get back here to the space station and to experience that smell again.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim, and my question is, what if debris damaged the space station?
That's a really good question, and actually there is a whole team of people on the ground who are fully focused on the answer to that question and really to avoiding that scenario and keeping us safe up here on this International Space Station. So that team is looking out for any pieces of debris or any particles, satellites, anything in space that might have a similar trajectory that would intersect with our trajectory up here on the ISS. And if that looks like that might be happening, then there are several things that we can do. The main one being that we can just change where we are. So we can change our orbit, and that way that deconflicts us from anything that might be on a similar pathway so that we don't end up colliding. So we are super grateful, super reliant on a whole team of people that keep us safe and productive and happy up here.
My name is Dara, and my question is, what would happen if your tether broke on a spacewalk?
It's a really good question. We have to be very careful when we're doing spacewalks, and so we spend hundreds of hours practicing spacewalks in the neutral buoyancy laboratory back in Houston. And that's we learn how to be very careful about using those tethers. And so hopefully what would happen is that we'd be holding onto a handrail and we would notice that tether broke, and so we would stop using that and start using a different one. If for some reason we were not holding onto the space station at the time and our tether broke, we have another tether called the safety tether that is holding us to the space station. If both of those tethers are broken, we have one last safeguard, and that is that we have a jetpack on the back of our spacesuit called the Safer. And this is essentially cold gas jets that we have a controller to fly ourselves back to the space station, and we actually practice doing that using virtual reality back at Johnson Space Center. We have great trainers on the Earth that prepare us for all of those possibilities, and so we're very grateful for that training.
Can you show us a backflip in space?
We're glad you asked. You got a double out of Chell.
Hi, my name is Allison, and my question is, what do they eat in space?
Allison, food is incredibly important, not only on the ground, but up here in space as well. Of course, we are all taught and we know that we need to eat a balanced diet that includes protein and vegetables. And so our food comes in two different ways up here. One is it's sealed in this kind of a greenish aluminum envelope. All of our food is pre-cooked. And so this is food that has been cooked on the earth and then sealed in this envelope to keep it fresh. And when we're ready to eat, we stick it into a food warmer and it warms up. The other type of food is dehydrated food. And so here are some veggies that have been rehydrated. These are asparagus. And so that'll be for dinner tonight. And those are kind of fun things. Those are things that we need to eat to stay healthy. And then every once in a while, it's okay to have a little bit of a treat. And so here we have some candy-coated chocolate peanuts, and we really like these. Uh-oh.
Trigger.
Got it. One more. And we like to have fun with those. They're tasty and fun.
Hello, my name is Bryce, and how does it feel before you take off?
Yeah, that is a super exciting, super fun, super overwhelming moment, sitting on the launch pad, getting ready to finally launch. So we have years of training prior to a mission like this. When we first joined the astronaut corps, we have 2 years of essentially basic training where we get introduced to all of space station systems, robotics, and learning how to fly jets as well. And then when we learn that we are going to be on a mission, we have specific training for that mission as well, and that can be anywhere from 1 to 2 years. And so when we're finally sitting on the launch pad in our seats ready to go, after all of that training, all of that build up, it is just super exciting to have that culmination of a dream that's been for me personally something that I've dreamed about for a very long time, and then also the excitement of knowing that it is just the beginning, that it is a launch into a up to the International Space Station, and that the adventures that we're going to have up here. So it is a very, very exciting moment having all of that come together at once.
My name is Luca, and my question is, how do astronauts walk in space?
Luca, that's a really interesting question. And we learn when we say walk in space, of course, spacewalk, that very specifically means putting on our big white spacesuit and going outside of the space station. But we have to get around inside the space station as well. And to do that, we can use our hands and our feet. And so you can see these blue handrails. We grab onto those to move around, and those are on the floor too, and that's actually, we have our feet tucked under handrails to keep ourselves in place, and so we can push off of those, we can pull on these, and so when you first get into weightlessness, you first get on the space station, you're kind of clumsy, and you propel yourself and you run into things and you knock things off the wall, but after you've been up here a while, you become very efficient at moving around, and you can get from one place to another just by grabbing 1 or 2 handrails and turning yourself and rolling and doing a flip and ending up right where you want to be, and it's really, really cool.
Hi, my name is Camilla, and my question is, have you ever dropped or lost something in space?
The answer to that question is absolutely. Almost every day, I lose something in space. It is really quite different up here to keep track of everything. So when we are working on a task and we have several tools and materials that we are working with, it can be really difficult to keep them all in your vision. We can let go of things like this microphone, and it will generally stay where you put it. But after some period of time, the air current in the space station will pick it up and take it away. And if you are not paying attention and you turn around, it can be gone forever. So we spend quite a bit of time looking for lost items, but they always show up.
My name is Sean, and my question is, what game do you play on the International Space Station?
Well, one of the games we frequently play is I Spy when we're looking for stuff that Waddy has lost. Actually, there are a lot of things that we like to do in our free time on the space station, but I think most of all, we love looking out the windows, looking back at the Earth, and we love hanging out with each other. So those are the two things that we probably spend most of our time on. We have a voice over internet protocol phone through our computers so that we can call our family and friends back on the ground, and we really enjoy talking with them and catching up with what's going on the ground. But we also have an assortment of various sports equipment up here, mostly just to kind of have fun with, but every once in a while it's really fun to see stuff and how it behaves in space, things that we're very familiar with. Jessica was is a rugby player and played on the U.S. national team, and so it's fun. I know it's fun for her to have a rugby ball up here and see how it behaves in weightlessness.
Hi, my name is John, and my question is, how do you guys deal with the gravity on the International Space Station?
Yeah, so microgravity is actually one of the most fun aspects of being up here, but it definitely takes some adjusting. As Cho mentioned, when we first arrive, your body is trying to figure out how to work, how to think, how to move around in microgravity, and how to use the full 3D, the full volume of the space here on the ISS. And it's amazing to see how quickly that happens. It really is just in the first couple of weeks where your body really starts to figure it out, and your brain starts to map out the station in all different orientations, and it really becomes quite easy to maneuver around and work in this space. So it's been pretty awesome to see that happen.
My question is, what kind of exercise do you do?
Exercise is incredibly important, not only on the Earth, but here on the space station as well. So when we're on the Earth, we try to exercise every day. It's important for our muscles, for our bones, for our hearts, and it's even more important on the space station because being here in weightlessness, while it's fun, it's actually very hard on the human body. The human body adapts to it, and it's as if, because we float, because we don't have to fight against gravity, it's as if we were just laying in bed for 6 months straight. And of course, our bodies would become very weak if we did that back on the Earth. And so here in space, we have to do exercises to keep our bones strong, our muscles strong, and our hearts working well. And so we have an exercise bike and a treadmill for cardiovascular, for an aerobic workout. And we have essentially a weightlifting machine, a resistance exercise device that can provide up to 600 pounds of resistance to keep our muscles and our bones strong. And so we work out about 2 hours every day. And by doing that, we are healthy and strong when we return back to the Earth.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. My question is, how long does it take for your body to recover when you come back to Earth?
So I think it really depends on the individual person. For my last mission, let's just say there are a bunch of different things going on when you get back to the Earth. And for one thing, your inner ear that helps you with balance, you feel a little dizzy. Your inner ear is a little messed up. The vestibular part of your brain is a little messed up because now it's sensing gravity again. And that takes about 2 weeks to go back to normal. Our muscles, our bones, our bodies are not used to gravity. And so for me, holding my big head up on my neck has not had to do that for 6 months. And so when we get back to the Earth, your neck is sore, your low back is sore, your feet are sore because, again, they're not used to holding your body up. That all gets better in about 30 days. So in about a month after you get home, you're feeling pretty much back to normal.
We at the museum would once again like to thank NASA and the astronauts aboard the International Space Station for making today's program possible. We would also like to thank the audience joining us, as well as all the students and families involved in filming prior to this program. May you continue to find inspiration in space, science, and learning. We look forward to seeing what comes next for humankind in space exploration and hope some of you will be the astronauts making that happen.
And we would just like to say thank you to all of you, our friends at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, to Kate and Jessica and everyone who helped put this together. Thank you to the parents, and especially thank you to the students. We hope that you had fun. We certainly did, and we look forward to you continuing to explore there at the museum, but also on your own, reading about science, technology, engineering, and math, reading about spaceflight. And we hope that some of you will come and join us and explore with us at NASA someday.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
wherever, however, whenever. We're here, there. We're everywhere. NASA Space Communications and Navigation. Exploration enabled.
One of the great powers of the International Space Station is its duration. The ability to do an experiment, take that knowledge, design a new experiment, follow on with that knowledge, and then do the next generation after that.
NASA's been launching vehicles for decades, and each one of those vehicles has an experiment on them. But never before have we had a laboratory totally dedicated to these kind of experiments.
One of the things that's most promising is that the scientific value and the economic value that will come from the space station research is just starting to show up.
The developments that we're making now are really setting the stage for this commercial market in space. The efforts that have led up to this through the performance of all of these research investigations that we've already had on board, doing foundational research and testing out new technologies and methods, feed this market and feed the capability of doing future research in space, and also in having new commercial entities operating in that space.
We put together the ISS Benefits for Humanity book to really compile the stories that we knew of the amazing things that had been accomplished. The challenge with science is that it takes time. So even a new discovery that is clearly relevant to treating a medical condition could take decades for that treatment to actually come to market. And so we wanted to capture the state of those different new discoveries and how they were proceeding into benefits for humanity. But we also wanted to tell the stories of the people whose lives had already been changed.
We've put in specialized sections to both economic value and scientific value in order to try and demonstrate to folks what sort of value space station research has.
The scientific valuation section, we were interested in just saying, hey, we have all these publications, these scientific publications that come from ISS. What should we do with them? How should we communicate why they're important? Yeah, we've got thousands of publications, but what does it mean? And how has it advanced science as a whole for
on ISS, and they're really bringing both new customers into the space market, but also they are allowing new entities to form that are learning the processes by which you conduct business in space.
Commercialization is key to the further exploration mission that NASA has. We intend to use space station to help commercial entities enter the market in low Earth orbit. And we also expect them to be able to provide goods and services that someday will help us in our exploration mission beyond low Earth orbit.
Scientists tend to ask, what's the next question? So the next question for Space Station is, what are we going to do next with this platform?
This is the golden age of research. We will likely never see such a strong microgravity science program in the future. We will have lots of human exploration, but to have a sustained laboratory in the way that we have now's the time.
This research is feeding our exploration goals beyond low Earth orbit and developing the companies that hope to make low Earth orbit part of their business plans. These two goals go hand in hand, and the International Space Station is the way to get there.
We really want to tell the stories of people and products and economic development, all of those things that are making the world a better place through our international cooperation on the space station.
Most of the children, they come here with waterborne disease.
So many children under 5 suffer from diarrhea.
They're complaining about the abdominal pain, skin rashes.
They get waterborne illness through drinking water.
Most of the community members had little knowledge regarding the use of safe water and what safe water is.
Because most of the water we use it without knowing it is affected with disease or not.
So we need to test them so that we make sure that the water is safe or not safe.
A lot of people have the idea that water quality is too hard to do in the field and it's too complicated.
Having to transport samples, having to have reliable electricity, having to heat samples or keep samples at certain temperatures or put them in refrigerators.
But probably the biggest challenge is actually the cost.
The price was really high, up to $300 a test.
So all those things come together to make it really difficult to use a traditional laboratory approach when you're testing water. What's been missing is the really simple, cheap test kit, and that solution came from above. On the space station, we recycle almost all of the water that the astronauts drink, and that constitutes a risk because if that water became contaminated, the astronauts would have to abandon the space station in the worst case scenario. What we needed on the space station was something that was small, easy to transport, and didn't require a lot of training for the astronauts. We developed a water test kit that was really easy to use and used off-the-shelf components, and we called that the Microbial Water Analysis Kit, or MWAC. It's basically a bag that changes color in it, and the astronauts just had to hook it up to the water system, take the sample, store it overnight, and read it the next day. It worked great, and it's still in use today. This was when we realized we had a chance to make a difference in the world using the same technology that was used by NASA, but applied in a remote area of a developing country.
We started MWater for the biggest health crisis on the planet, which is a lack of safe water. The test kit is revolutionary because of its cost. It lowers the cost of testing water points from hundreds of dollars to about $5 to $7. It can be done on site in the remote region, and it can give you a result within 24 hours.
I take a sample today, tomorrow I have results. To use a MWater kit is very easy.
But we learned that testing water by itself wasn't enough. With the mobile app, people could map water sources and record the data.
So that way we're building sort of a global database of water information that everybody can contribute to and share with others.
So what that meant was people who before didn't have a feasible and affordable way to test water suddenly had the means to know which water sources around them were safe.
It's made people much more aware of the issues of water quality. That's a very powerful thing.
And that's all due to technology that we've borrowed from the International Space Station. So now we're able to assemble a really low-cost water quality test kit to ship all over the world.
We've been working with the local health ministry and the water utility in one's attendance